back in fourth and fifth. Our man Mike, Anthony Rodriguez, taking him to the middle of the track, and he's launching now through a 49 and 4 half mile. The field makes their way to the far turn. Royal Suspect, a little separation, but Don't Lose Cruise comes right back at him. Our man Mike progressing nicely on the outside. Shared Success at a huge price, looking to upset the opener. Then we come back to Majestic Frontier, who's toiling, and Tacony Road, who's at the back. Royal Suspect has been dealing with Don't Lose Cruise from the bell. They just went 3/4 and 114 flat. Off the turn and into the stretch. Joel Cruz goes left-handed on Royal Suspect. Don't Lose Cruise. Kevin Navarro just took a peek back, and he's very confident on Don't Lose Cruise. In the meantime, our man Mike is coming down the center of the track. Royal Suspect battles back as they come to the 16th pole. Don't Lose Cruise trying to reel him in. Royal Suspect still there. Don't Lose Cruise. Royal Suspect and Don't Lose Cruise. Royal Suspect would not be denied in the opener today. He held Don't Lose Cruise. Then it was our man Mike in 146 and 3. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 4, Royal Suspect was first. 5, Don't Lose Cruise second. 1, our man Mike third. 6, Shared Success fourth. 4, 5, 1, 6, unofficial in the first. Race 1's official. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 4, Royal Suspect. The 7-year-old gelding's the son of Animal Kingdom, out of the Harlan's Holiday Mare, Holiday Apple. A New York bred. Royal Suspects owned and trained by Nerca Huertas, winning rider Joel Cruz. To the exact, the 4-5 2020. 50-cent try, 451 1587. And the dime super, 4516 $31.35. Race number 2 comes up next. Kicks off the first pick 3 of the day. No scratches or rider changes in race 2. Post time for the second. A little over 19 minutes away.
Okay, coming up on race number 2, and yeah, there wasn't a lot of pace in there. Those were the only 2 speeds, and you got a 2-speed number. Royal Suspect has been competitive all year long against some tough competition. Ran third in the Barker last time. Today, that one and Don't Lose Cruz go to the wire together, and Cruz didn't win, or didn't lose. Joel Cruz gets the victory for owner-trainer Nurka Huertas. Takes the opening race of the closing day card. Okay, second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5.5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts here. Very much a puzzle of a race. You have a 60-year-old first-time starter. You have a horse coming from New York that has only beaten a couple horses. You got a horse cutting back in distance in Brooklyn Rosie. So it is one of those kind of races. I see the horse dropping big time in class. Repeat After Me is getting a lot of early money. The locals that are here, you got Flora Rose, who just not quite getting it done in some of these 5,000 races, but maybe this is an easy enough race that she could get the right kind of trip to get the victory. She should be right behind the speed in here in a perfect position, so no excuses today for Flora Rose. I'm going to give her a slight edge because she's going to be a little bit of a price. She's at 9-2. That's a fair price for her. I'm a lot of lady finished right with Flora Rose, actually finished ahead of Flora Rose going 6 furlongs, shortening up to 5.5. But the big thing is moving inside after an outside post last time. Notice the 2 starts that I'm a lot of lady had for 5,000. She's had outside posts. Today she moves inside for 5,000, and that could be the key to victory for her. You got the 5 horse is Cruise In to Win, who could be an outsider in here. Her last race is in the off track is absolutely horrible. Actually, both of her races on off tracks are bad, but there could be other variables involved. Keep in mind, she was 80-1 last time, so not much was expected of her. But if it is the off track that's the problem, then yeah, she deserves the 15-1. But with 2 starts on the off track, we'll see if that's the case, because there is some moisture in the track today. And mention the one, Repeat After Me, for H. James Bond. I mean, this one takes a huge drop in class. Now, she's shown nothing on the turf in 3 career starts. She's at age 4 with those 3 starts, and they're spread out in New York, and they are against far tougher competition. I mean, she started off her career on the turf at Laurel, and that was back in June. And then, only probably her best race, but she hasn't shown much since. But they went 103 for that 5.5 furlong race at Saratoga, 103. So that's a blistering race. Not that she was competitive or anywhere close, but this is a big difference. She's dropping all the way to the bottom to 5,000. The problem is how she'll handle the dirt, because this horse doesn't have very quick works on the dirt, and she's very well bred for the turf and synthetic surfaces, and that's not what she gets today. But so she could be any kind. Is getting a lot of play right now at odds of 9-5, because it's hard to really like anybody in here, and there's some reason too. Now Brooklyn Rosie's the 6 horse. She's 4-1. She cuts back in distance, and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, who's the leading trainer this year, so she's going to get some play. So 4 minutes to post. They're going on the track for race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts here.
Ladies and gentlemen, track is now labeled sloppy. Track is now labeled sloppy as the field for race 2 heads to the track. The field for race 2 is coming to the track. The 1 is Repeat After Me with Cabracoa. The 2 is I'm a Lotta Lady with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is Flora Rose with Kevin Navarro. The 5 is Cruising to Win with Emmanuel De Diego. The 6 is Brooklyn Rosie. Anthony Rodriguez rides. And the 3, Starship Reliant with Luis Perez. I don't have a lot to say here. I put the 3, Starship Reliant on top. Yes. I put a 6-year-old first-time starter in November on top. First-time Lasix. Daughter of Animal Kingdom. Look at Animal Kingdom, a sweep of the early double here at Finger Lakes. I'll take things I didn't think I'd say in 2024 for 800, Alex. And we'll see if she's ready to roll on debut. My selection of her is more of an indictment on the rest. I've seen enough of I'm a Lotta Lady, who I put second. I've seen enough of Flora Rose, who I put third. 3, 2, 4, used them all in the pick 4. Best of luck here in race number 2. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Repeat after me goes in first. Here's the favorite, I'm a Lot of Lady. The debuting Starship Reliant goes forward. Backs up a bit. Luis Perez hopped off. She'll go in without Luis Perez, and he'll climb aboard right now. Here's Flora Rose. Cruising to win goes forward. Brooklyn Rosie's the last to load. There in the gate. And they're off. Brooklyn Rosie away first. There goes Flora Rose and the two at the inside. I'm a Lot of Lady and Repeat After Me, who makes the lead. It's Repeat After Me a length. Then I'm a Lot of Lady in second. Flora Rose outside third. The firster, Starship Reliance, saves ground in fourth. Far outside's Brooklyn Rosie. Cruising to win. Splits the two at the back. 5 lengths. Separates the 6 of them. Repeat After Me, and Cabracoa threw a pretty quick first quarter there in 22 and 3. I'm a Lot of Lady on the attack right now, and she takes over by a half length. Now 3 parts, now a length. Repeat After Me trying to keep up in second. Flora Rose on hold, ready to roll from third. From the back, Brooklyn Rosie with a 3-wide bid. Cruising to Wins looking for room, and Starship Reliance stays inside as they come off the turn and into the stretch, led by I'm a Lot of Lady. She went to half in 47 and 1. Down the center is Brooklyn Rosie. Between them is Flora Rose. But they come past the 8th pole, and I'm a Lot of Lady's built a 4-length lead. I'm a Lot of Lady. Flora Rose, 3.5 lengths behind in second, coming down to the line. I'm a Lot of Lady out of the maiden ranks by 3. Then it was Flora Rose, Brooklyn Rosie. Cruising to Win rounds out the Super, and 107 and 2. Number 2, I'm a Lot of Lady was first. 4, Flora Rose second. 6, Brooklyn Rosie third. 5, Cruising to Win was fourth. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 2, I'm a Lot of Lady. 3-year-old filly's a daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the Freud mare, Crazy Cat Lady. A New York bred, I'm a Lot of Ladies, owned by Hudson Valley Thoroughbreds, trained by Rachel Sells, winning rider Nazario Alvarado, and it's official. $2 double 4-2, 25.40. $2 exacta 2-4, 9.30. 50-cent try, 246, $7.90. And the dime super, 2-4, 6-5, $4.32. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick six. Today's pick six not only features a carryover of $2,166, but there is a mandatory payout, being that this is closing day. Here in race 3, a rider change for the one wisecracker to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the one wisecracker here in race 3. Post time for the third, and the start of that $1 pick six with the mandatory payout is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, don't forget the pick six, a mandatory payout starting race 5. The pick 5 is a mandatory payout today as it is closing day. We have new simulcasting hours for you as well starting Sunday. Monday to Thursdays, 11:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Friday through Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Please note there'll be no simulcasting tomorrow as we celebrate Thanksgiving. Thanks for a great racing season, everyone. Live racing resumes here in late April.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3. Remember, this race starts the pick 6. It is a $1 minimum. There's a small carryover, but just remember today is closing day, so it's a mandatory payout for all wagers of pick 6, pick 5, pick 4, etc. So if nobody picks 6, they'll pay out pick 5. Nobody picks 5, pick 4. Mandatory payout in the pick 6 pool. Looking back at race number 2, the two logicals ended up running 1-2. I'm a lot of lady. Rachel Sells with a couple wins here at the end of the meet. Some of these horses that are knocking at the door. I think moving outside to inside helped that one for 5,000. Flora Rose chased her home. Small exacta, but those were the two that pretty much figured. Naz Alvarado for trainer Rachel Sells. Maiden claiming 11-9 is the third. It goes a distance of 6 furlongs. And, you got to look at this as more like a $5,000 race. I know you see the price, 11-9, but then you look at the field. It's closing day. So you got the strategy for you, playing it big, paint the lines a drop down, but 7th race shake and the Saxon Story. So you got a majority of the field are $5,000 maidens. So that's kind of how you want to treat the race. So with that said, you look at 7th race shake, who dropped from a maiden special weight race last time to run second and got beaten more by the pace flow than anything, because the horse got off slow, didn't get a good trip, and still came rolling late to be second. Just got beat by 5 destinations. But today, no excuses for 7th race shake. Again, it's 11-9. It's not really a step up though, when most of the field was in for 5,000 their last start. So he's getting some play at odds of 6-5. The 4-horse is playing it big with a couple seconds in a row, and then last time broke in the air. Now, this horse has burnt some money, and the last 4 starts he's been a beaten favorite. Last race, obviously the mishap at the start, but the previous few, he's just knocking at the door. It wouldn't be a surprise if he's able to break through today. If you liked him enough to play him at 7-5 last time, he lost all chance. This is like a 5,000 maidens. Got to use him today, and he's going to be 5-1. So a definite threat is playing it big. Saratoga Weekend stays at the 11-9 level, but it's more like a drop. You look at the race, Wit Dashing Speed, no real world beater, but there wasn't a lot of speed in the race. Montauk Surf actually came back and ran in the money against maiden special weights the other day, so ran okay versus the special weights. So that makes Saratoga Weekend look that much better, but he really wasn't that competitive against the maiden special weights, but does fit nicely in this spot. The big wild card is the one Wisecracker for the Bromans, Lisa Reed in Prague, but sometimes they're too good to be true. When you see them that well bred and they're off since June, this one is a first time gelding. He's by Practical Joke out of a dam by Medaglia Diora, is a half to a horse that was second in a grade 1. When it looks too good to be true, it almost always is. And that's the thing here with Wisecracker. He hasn't run since June, and see if he can get the 6 furlongs here, coming off a little bit of a layoff. Draws the rail, but obviously the horse has got a big class and breeding edge on these rivals, dropping in after running against maiden claimers last time. He's getting a little bit of action. People looking at that breeding, and is getting some play at odds of 2-1. I'm going to throw him in for 4th. Got to use him just in case. The other drop down is the 5 Paint the Line. He hasn't shown much. He did have the 4th place finish back in early October. I mentioned it before. Tim Murphy having a career year, as the guy's been on fire most of the season. But I'm going to go with these 6-4-2-1. Again, there's a little over $2,000 in the pick 6. It is going to be a mandatory payout today. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available in race number 3.
All right, pick 6 time. $1,330 in new money and growing. Got to give it all away today. It's like one of those stores that are closing. Right? Everything must go. Pick 6 mandatory. Pick 5 mandatory. That starts in race number 5. This is the last time I'm going to tell you this. If you want to play along for the 2024 season, you got 7 races left. Go to fingerlakesgaming.com. PP's there courtesy of Equibase. I like the one wisecracker, fresh gelding, circuit relief, class relief. Roll it all up into a ball. This is the worst. It's taken a lot of money in his life as well. I think maybe the fresh gelding and the change in scenery will help. I put Wisecracker on top. Note the rider change, Jackie Davis. The 4 playing it big. It's kind of went backwards since a career top in October of this year. I don't know what happened in his last 2. He ran okay, but last time he burned a lot of them. Talking about the horses burned money. Even money, 4 to 5, 2 to 5, 6 to 5. Put him second. And then finally the 2, Saratoga Weekend. Caught a sloppy seal track last time, ran okay. He had a better position than he had earlier on. I would imagine he'll be forward with playing it big in here. And then we'll see if Wisecracker, sometimes when they're fresh geldings, they break more alertly as well. 1-4-2, here they come out onto the track. And here's the field for race number 3 as we kick off the pick 6. The 1 is Wisecracker. Note the rider change to Jackie Davis. The 3 is Strategy for You with Jose Baez. The 4 is Playing It Big. Cabercoa rides. The 5 is Paint the Line. Dalton Brown's in the saddle. The 6 is 7-3 Shake with Andre Worry. And the 7 is the Saxon Story with Carlos Camillo. The 2 is Saratoga Weekend with J.M. Rohina. $1 pick 6. Mandatory payout. Starts now. $2,166 carryover. Post times in about 3 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Last chance to play today's $1 pick six. The field for race 3, the start of today's pick six, has made its way to the starting gate. And it's post time. The one named after me, Wisecracker, walks in first. Here's Saratoga Weekend. Strategy for You goes forward. Playing It Big goes in. Paint the Line goes in now. Last two to load are your favorite 7th Race Shake and the Saxon Story. They're in the gate. And they're off. Away a little slowly there was Wisecracker. Between rivals, there's Playing It Big for the lead. Far outside is the Saxon Story. In and amongst rivals is Paint the Line. Along the inside there is Saratoga Weekend. Widest of all is 7th Race Shake. Back in 6th is Strategy for You. Wisecracker is at the tail end of the field, saving all of the ground in 7th. The field makes their way to the far turn, led by Playing It Big through an opening paddle in 23 and 1. The Saxon Story at a huge price is on the chase in 2nd. Along the outside there, 7th Race Shakes follows the Saxon Story. Saratoga Weekend's there. Then paint the line from the back. Strategy for you trying to muster a rally. Nothing yet from Wisecracker as the field makes their way past the quarter pole and come off the turn and into the stretch through a half and 47 seconds flat. Playing it big. Has been there from the start. Confronted by the Saxon Story. And 3 wide. 7th race shake storms to the lead past the 8th pole. It's all 7th race shake. The Saxon Story trying to upset the pick 6 right away. But with 50 yards to go, it's 7th race shake, a length and 3/4. Then it was the Saxon Story, a late rally from paint the line for the show dough, overplaying it big in 113 and a deuce. Six, 7th race shake first. 7, the Saxon Story second. 5, paint the line third. 4, playing it big, finished fourth. Race 3 is official. Making his way into the winner's circle for the first time is the number 6, 7th race shake. 3-year-old Gelding's the son of Freud out of the Any Given Saturday Mare, Saturday Bliss. A New York bred. 7th race shakes owned by R&H Stable, trained by Jeremiah Englehart. Winning rider, Andre Worry. $2 double 2-6, 24 even. $2 exact to 6-7, 112.50. 50-cent try, 675, 94.87. And the 10-cent super, 6-7, 5-4, a nickel shy of $66. Race 4 comes up next. Kicks off another pick 3 on the card. No scratches or jockey changes. Post time for the 4th is just over 20 minutes away.
I'm in the paddock for race number 4, the wide open race number 4. Looking back at the third, no big surprises. That was my single, sweet race, or 7th race shake. If you played my pick 4, that was a single, and you'd have all in the last. Get a minimum of $96, I think, is the lowest pick 4 with the all button in the last race. But the single, 7th race shake comes through. Andre Worry for trainer Jeremiah Engelhardt looked much the best. It did have a little bit of a scare from the Saxon story, trying to pull off the upset, as Rachel Sells horses have been running here the final week of the season. And that one makes the value running second to 7th race shake. Actually, it was a good price. Almost going off at odds of 5-2, paying $6.90, 2-1 odds. All right, 4th race mentioned. Man, this is one of those races. It's a 5,000 claimer going to mile 70. And yeah, I mean, you could probably dismiss 2 or 3 of them, but I guess that's the old adage. If it's a bigger field and you're using most of them, you might as well use all. So that's where I threw the all button in for race number 4. I mean, Robbins Giant might be a stretch. You got Storefront, who might be a little bit of a stretch, but you might as well throw them in if you're playing the rest of them. This was one of those races where, yeah, coming up with a winner, you got to hope for the trip. American Day has got the best numbers. This horse on the outside was running on the turf at Colonial, came in here and ran a good 4th behind 2 next out winners. You got Stanley Ruff, who came back to win against winners, and then Waffler, who the horse that ran 3rd, looked good coming back to break his maiden. American Day then cut back in distance, so let's draw a line through that one. Stretched out again last time and comes out of a better race. Waffler, again, he faced, and Dr. Darby came out of that race to look good winning that one. So he just simply comes out of better races. I don't love the outside post, so it's hard to really like this horse. Plus, Koa gets off to ride Frankie R for M. Anthony Ferraro. But this is where I'm going to lean in a wide open race. Obviously, shows how much I like the race, so I got the all button going in the pick 4. The 4-horse, the Watermelon Crush, is at odds of 11-1. Had a troubled trip last time, but you got to go back. This horse back in September, coming back from Colonial, something about coming from here from Colonial, ran a good 2nd behind the favorite Curlin's Hustle. That was his best race. And if he could repeat that effort, Watermelon Crush should be right there. And the problem was last time, Jersey Greg got loose, and it was a speed favored racetrack, and this horse had trouble. You can forgive the last effort. This is a good long shot to use, and he's at a big price at odds of 11-1. I threw him in for 2nd. Slow down Big Andy, kind of more of a plotter in these route races, but running okay. I mean, he's got to get the right kind of trip. It switches to Jackie Davis and should get that kind of a trip with that plotting style. You can't love him to win, but he's another one you can use. He's right now getting some play at odds of 3-1. Road to Power is the 5. Road to Power could be the speed of the race. I know Perez gets off here, but yeah, you don't like the 5-2 morning line price. But now he's looks better at 13-1. But he's the speed, so you always got to respect the speed in a race that simply doesn't have a lot of speed. At a race where there's no world beaters like this wide open group in race number 4. Looking for another upsetter. What about One With Everything? When this horse stretched out for the first time, ran a 47 buyer. That was his best race. So if he could repeat that effort way back then, he could be a player in here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 3 starts in race number 4. They're going on the track for the 4th race.
Here's the field for race 4. The 1 is Robbins Giant with Stephen Frett. The 2 is Derby Child with Heeman Harkey. The 3, Slow Down, Big Andy with Jackie Davis. The 4 is Watermelon Crush. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. The 5 is Road to Power with Juan Diaz. Here's the 6, One with Everything. Dalton Brown's in the saddle. The 7 is Frankie R. with Kebakoa. The 8 is Storefront. Joel Cruz looks for his second win on the card. The 9 is American Day. Andre Worry looks for a natural double. I went outside the box here. Number 8, Storefront. First time Lasix. And that, it's not necessarily where my story ends with him, but it's certainly the major part of it. He's stopping at the end of his races. Certainly is racing like a horse that looks like he needs Lasix. And now he gets it. His race 2 back in the sloppy track was okay. And maybe he just rather would sprint, but it's the end of the meet. He's built like a horse that'll go 2 turns. And he is the longest shot on the board. So let's try and make some Thanksgiving and Christmas money with the number 8 Storefront. Put him on top of Frankie R. First start for Ferraro Jr. last time. Got beat a long way in that Dr. Darby race where Dr. Darby just kept going. But you would imagine that coming back to this circuit, he should be okay. And then the 5 Road to Power. I guess he'll be on the lead for Ferraro Sr. See if he could take him flag fall to that's all. 8-7-5. This starts a pick 3. Wouldn't I could think of worse things than starting with a $50 horse like the 8 Storefront. Best of luck here in race 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. And while I have your attention, don't forget new simulcast hour starting Sunday, Monday to Thursday, 11:30 to 5:30. Friday through Sunday, 11:30 till 6 p.m. No simulcasting tomorrow as we celebrate Thanksgiving. Thanks once again for a great racing season. Racing resumes in late April here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Long shot Robbins Giant, longest shot on the board. In fact, the first to load in, followed by another big price in Derby Child. Here's Slow Down, Big Andy. Watermelon Crush goes in. Here's Road to Power. One with Everything. Lukewarm favorite Frankie R goes in. Here's Storefront. And the last to load is American Day. They're in the gate. And they're off. All came away to a good start. There goes Road to Power between. Frankie R's outside, and furthest out is Storefront. These three open up a length and a half on a line of 4. Derby Child, Slow Down, Big Andy, One with Everything. And wide there on that turn was American Day. The two at the back are Robbins Giant and Watermelon Crush. Road to Power emerges with a 2-length lead through a 24-second opening quarter. Frankie R's second along the inside. Derby Child moves up just ahead of Slow Down Big Andy. Then we come back to the Grays, One with Everything and Storefront. And moving up inside of rivals are Robbins Giant and Watermelon Crush. It leaves American Day at the back. He's starting to make up some ground now as the field makes their way through a half mile here. Road to Power steps out through a 48 and 2/2. He's opened up a 5-length lead from the back. One with Everything on the chase. Watermelon Crush has made up a bunch of ground as well as Derby Child begins to backpedal. American Day has launched a bid about a quarter of a mile ago, and he keeps on coming. The problem is Road to Power is giving him the slip. He's got 5. Road to Power by 5. One with Everything creeping closer now in second through 3/4 and 1:14 and almost 1. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch led by Road to Power. He's been there from the start. Up the inside's Watermelon Crush. Down the center's One with Everything. One with Everything in with a mild upset chance here. 8th pole, Road to Power, desperately trying to hold on here. One with Everything giving it his all down the center. Watermelon Crush at the rail. Road to Power's on his hands and knees. One with Everything trying to make it a race late, but One with Everything can't get to Road to Power, who won at 2 lengths. Then it was One with Everything on Watermelon Crush in 1:48 and 4. Number 5, Road to Power was first. 6, One with Everything second. 4, Watermelon Crush third. 9, American Day finished fourth. Race 4 is official. Headed into the winner's circle for the very first time is the number 5, Road to Power. 3-year-old geldings are son of Bellamy Road. Out of the boys, a Tuscanova mare, Woman Power. A New York bred, Road to Power is owned by Saul Kupferberg, trained by Michael S. Ferraro. Ferraro Sr. celebrated his 3,500th win during the meet here in 2024. Winning rider, Juan Diaz. $2 double 6.5, 39.20. $2 exact to 5.6, 59 even. 50-cent try, 5.64, 125 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 5.649, $125 and 3 quarters. 50-cent pick 3, 265, 22.37, and the 50-cent pick 4, 4265, $101 and 12 pennies. Race 5 comes up next. It's the start of today's 50-cent pick 5. And today's pick 5 features a mandatory payout here on closing day. Scratch the 1, MAS Screws. The 1A, Sweet Tooth Zoo. The 5, Sweet Sensation. And the 7, Tumbles. Scratch the 1, 1A, 5, and 7 here at a race 5. Post time for the 5th. The start of that pick 5 with a mandatory payout is in just over 20 minutes.
are in the paddock for race number 5. Yeah, Road to Power was the speed of the race. Actually, I did have that horse in the top 3. Those numbers were incorrect, but that one led all the way. That's what happens when you get a race like that and a horse's lone speed. Juan Diaz did a good job of keeping that one together to get the victory. Road to Power finally breaks through and gets the win. Went down to odds of 3-1 in race number 4. All right, 5th race starts the pick 5. Mentioned earlier, there will be a mandatory payout to the pick 5 in the pick 5 pool. So if nobody has pick 5, if we get some crazy numbers, they'll pay out pick 4, pick 3, etc. This is the closing day of the meet. Now there's some big scratches in here. He scratched both parts of the 1 entry, the 5 Sweet Sensation, and the 7 Tumbles. Now I didn't like this horse originally. Obviously, Jessica's Race and Happy Time are probably both better horses. Problem is, with the scratches, Jayla really steps up with the lack of pace. The speed of the race looked to come from both the entry, Tumbles, and Jayla. Now Jayla, who looked like would be more of a stalker in here, she looks like the main speed of the race. And that could be the key to victory for Jayla. She actually ran an improved race last time from her previous start where she got beat by Happy Time, who's in this race, but now has a big tactical edge on her rivals just because of the scratches. So big scratches in race number 5, and the horse that benefits is the 2 Jayla, and she's at odds of 3-1. Mentioned Jessica's Race. She's probably the best horse in here. She ran 3rd. She got the worst of the trips that day after finishing 3rd the race before. So she's been knocking at the door, and right with Happy Time. I mean, not much separates Jessica's Race and Happy Time, but I do think she got the worst of it last time. That if Jayla doesn't have it on the front end, she's the main threat. Although you can make a case for Happy Time as well. They seem to be the big 3. There's only 5 horses in this race, and those look like the 3 that you could pretty much box for the exacta here and be pretty confident. But Jayla looks to have that tactical edge, so I would give her the edge as far as who's the best shot to win this race, just because she is the speed. We do scratch both parts of the 1 entry, scratch the 5 Sweet Sensation and scratch the 7 Tumbles. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double available, as well as the mandatory pick 5.
Field for race number 5, coming out onto the track. Mandatory payout of today's pick 5 starts now. Scratch the 1, MAS Grooves. The 1A, Sweet Tooth Sue. The 2 is Jayla. Andre Worry. The 3 is Automated Teller with Heeman Harkey. The 4 is Wine Trail. Juan Diaz looks for a riding double. Scratch the 5, Sweet Sensation. The 6 is Jessica's Race with Jeremiah Flores. Scratch the 7, Tumbles. And the 8's Happy Time with Caber Koa. All right, Jayla for me. Easy winner from just off the pace last time. You know, after the scratches, I would imagine she's on the lead in here. Tumbles would have been one coming out of the sprints, but Jayla should make the front in here and make it rather easily, and I think she'll be able to take them on a wire-to-wire tour of Finger Lakes in her final start here this season. Jessica's Race figures to be not too far from things, and if Jayla can't go back-to-back, she figures to be the one to pick her up. I am stunned that Happy Time is the favorite here. I knew it took her a while. It took her a few starts to get out of the maiden ranks, and then she got the job done for the 2 life. She stepped up into 3 life and just missed off a little bit of a wide trip. And maybe the lack of speed in here toes her into the race a little sooner. 4 to 5 is a tough price to take on her, though. 2, 6, 8. Mandatory payout in the pick 5. Starts right now. You got about 3 minutes to get your tickets in. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Last chance to play today's mandatory payout. Pick 5. The field for race 5, the start of the pick 5, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Slight favorite Jayla, the first to load in. Here's Automated Teller. Wine Trails next. Jessica's Race goes forward. Happy Times, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Jayla broke alertly, and Andre Worry sends her right to the lead. Automated Teller's in second. Then Wine Trails third. Furthest out. Happy Time tries for some position, and at the back, it's Jessica's Race. But they're really bunched up here. Just 3 lengths separates the 5 fillies and mares. Jayla takes them into the first turn. 2 lengths in front. Happy Time moved all the way up into second. 3 lengths in front of Automated Teller, who's third. Jessica's Race on hold. Moves up alongside of Automated Teller, and Wine Trails at the back. 25-second easy opening quarter. Jayla, Happy Time confronts her early, just a half length off the lead. It's a gap of 3.5 to Jessica's Race. A length and a half more to Automated Teller, and 5 more to Wine Trail as they head to the far turn. Jayla, tracked by Happy Time through a 49 and 2 half mile. 3 lengths back is Jessica's Race. 5 more to Automated Teller. 3 more to Wine Trail. 12 lengths from front to back here, maybe 15. Jayla, Happy Time comes calling right now and goes on by. Happy Time a half, now 3/4 of a length. Jayla doesn't have an answer yet, but Worry's starting to motivate her through 3/4 and 1:14 and 3. Jessica's Race is under a ride as the field makes their way off the turn and into the stretch. Happy Times wrested the lead away from Jayla, who comes right back at the inside. Jayla and Happy Time. Jessica's Race needs to chime in with 3 or 4 lengths. Jayla put her head back in front of Happy Time, now a half length and now a length. Happy Time trying to re-rally on Jayla from the back. Jessica's Race has too much ground to make up. They're coming down to the line. Jayla would not be denied today. She won it by 2.5 under the line. Then it was Happy Time, Jessica's Race, Wine Trail to round out the Super in 1:47 and 2. Number 2, Jayla was first. 8, Happy Time second. 6, Jessica's Race third. 4, Wine Trail fourth. Returning to the winner's circle, 2 in a row for the number 2, Jayla. 4-year-old filly's the daughter of Tourist out of the Giants Causeway mare, Sumi Zumi. A New York bred. Jayla is owned by Gumster Stable. That includes Andy, Laura, Sam, Piper, and Charlie. Trained by Ralph D'Alessandro. Where's the cigar? Winning rider, 2 on the day for Andre Worry. The 5th is official. $2 double, 5-2, 31.40. $2 exacta, 2-8, 14.40. 50-cent try, 2.86, $4.25. 10-cent super, 2.864, $1.58. And the 50-cent pick 3, 652, 2787. Race 6 comes up next. We salute you, the horsemen, patrons, and associates for a great racing season here in 2024. It's the start of the late pick 4 as we go a mile and a quarter. Scratch the 1 Barfly, the 6 Coach Bahi, the 7 Jacoba, and the 10 Parade Field. Scratch the 1, 6, 7, and 10 out of race number 6. Post time for the 6th. The start of the late pick 4 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, coming up on race number 6, this will be the final pick 4 of the 2024 season. It is named the 2024 Farewell Racecourse. The 2024, we'll call it the 2024 Farewell Pick 4, starting in race number 6. Hit the early one, paid good for over $100. See if we get lucky here in the late one. We scratched the 1 part of entry Barfly, scratched the 6 Coach Bahi, the 7 Jacoba, and the 10 Parade Field. So we got a few scratches in here. Okay, so that's a part of entry with Barfly. So you still have 8 betting interest for race number 6. Yeah, I guess start with Beta. Yeah, it is a little bit of a tricky read with this horse. He does take a humongous drop in class. I mean, this horse has been facing allowance horses. Actually, back in July, won on a muddy racetrack, and this horse likes the mud. Beat Steiner and Royal Suspect. You saw how good Royal Suspect is. He won the first race. Steiner won his last Finger Lakes race. I think he scratched last week in New York when he was entered, but Beta beating both of those horses back on July 31st. He hasn't been able to repeat that effort, though. Couple off-the-board finishes, and now on closing day, he finds himself at the bottom. Again, with the off-track, I think that helps this horse, and it's 1.25 miles. That should not be a problem for Beta. I just think that this horse is better than these rivals. Let's see if he's got one more in the tank here in 2024 at this bottom level. This is a horse that was 3rd in a stakes race, the Genesee Valley Breeder Stakes, a route race last year. Still think he's better than these 5,000 claimers. Pot of Gold's done a little wrong since dropping to 5,000. He won, and then last time had the outside post, and the pace kind of affected him as well. But he's run 2 good races on off tracks the last 2. So a logical horse to at least be in the top 3 against these rivals is Pot of Gold for Tim Murphy. And it wasn't like he wasn't competitive against Tougher before dropping, and was in that marathon race against States Freedom on October 21st, the day that we had the finals of all the distance series as well as a few stakes races. So that was a good effort for Pot of Gold, and he does have a win on and off track in the past. And that was in the slop on October 29th. So he's logical in here. I use him for second just because of the class drop on the 5. Cashel Kitten's an interesting one because he's the speed of the race. Is he still good enough? The last 2 races, he's just stopped badly in both of them. Not sure what's going on with Cashel Kitten. I think it's a positive sign that he's entered here in closing day after those 2 bad efforts. He's the one they're going to have to catch in here. And then you got the 2 Red Fortress. He's the other Ferraro trainee. Obviously, he's owned by Mike Ferraro, so more likely Beta would be the more live one because that's an owner horse. But he's another one that could hit the board here. Of course, he's the one that's getting play at odds of 7 to 5. Not sure if he'd want to beat his owner. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race. Again, a few scratches, the 6, 7, and 10, and the part of entry Barfly.
The field for race 6, the start of today's pick 4, is coming out onto the track. We want to thank everyone, horsemen, patrons, and the associates, for a great racing season here in 2024. We'll see you next season. Scratch to 1 Barfly. Here's the 1A, Alboy Cheekham with Emmanuel de Diego. The 2 is Red Fortress with our leading rider, Cabracoa. The 3 is Gliding a Fleet with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 4 is Pot of Gold. John Berrios is in the saddle. The 5 is Beta with Luis Perez. Scratch the 6, Coach Bahi, and the 7, Jacoba. The 9 is Ringgood with Anthony Rodriguez. The 11's Raw Courage with Michael DeVilla Jr. And the 8 is Cashel Kitten with Andre Worry. All right, we're going to go 1.25 miles here out of the chute at the head of the stretch here. 2:49 for me, Red Fortress, boy. I know we went the 1.25 miles, 3 starts back, and he wasn't able to get there. Imagine saying that. He had 1.25 miles and he wasn't able to get there. But I feel like they went too fast for him that day. And that sounds absolutely ridiculous. But they kind of just left him with way too much to do. I don't think that'll be the case today. He's your 2-1 favorite, so I'm giving you ice in the winter. And the way it feels around here, winter's right around the corner. I like Red Fortress. Pot of Gold. Maybe it would have been more appropriate to see Pot of Gold yesterday with all the rainbows here after the storms. He's another one. He ran in that 1.25 mile race. He finished behind Red Fortress. He was up close and a lot closer than normal. He was really keyed up that afternoon. If he settles and can make one run, I think he could be a major player here. And then finally, I took my boy Ringgood at a price. You know, Ringgood is so much better on wet tracks than he is on dry ground. And he looks good again. 2 starts back, I called an audible because he looks so good on the track. He looks great again today. That's a ridiculous price. I'm using all 3 of them. 2, 4. The original ticket had just 2 and 4. He looks so good on the track again. I think I got to use him again today. 2, 4, and 9. The final pick 4 of the season. Thanks again to everyone. The horsemen, the patrons, and our associates for a great season. We'll see you in 2025. Got the late pick 4. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time for the mile-and-a-quarter marathon. First to load is Red Fortress, your slight favorite. Here's our boy Cheekham at a big price. Another log shot and gliding a fleet goes in. Here's Pot of Gold. Beta is next. Here's Cashel Kitten. Ringgood goes forward. Raw Courage is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Dropping the rider at the start was the number 3, Gliding a Fleet. Gliding a Fleet did not come out of the gate. Dropped the rider at the start, and he's at the back of the pack. Our boy Cheekham leads him. Outside, there's Cashel Kitten. Between rivals is Beta. Then we come back to Pot of Gold, who's tracked by Ringgood. Raw Courage has one beaten. It's the favorite, Red Fortress. They come past the stands the first time, led by Beta. Beta has a half-length lead. Loose horse on the far outside, riders. Loose horse on the far outside. Along the inside, there's our boy Cheekham. Then we come back to Cashel Kitten, Pot of Gold, and widest of all is Ringgood. It's a gap of about 4 more to Raw Courage. And then at the back of the pack is Red Fortress. As you can see, the loose horse is out of the screen about 4 lengths in front of Beta. Beta has it by about 3.5 lengths. Cashel Kitten's there. On the far outside, Pot of Gold moves up. Backing up's our boy Cheekham. From the back, Raw Courage made up ground. Ringgood still has a lot to do, and even more to do is Red Fortress, but he's starting to unwind as the field makes their way around the far turn. It's Beta and Pot of Gold. Raw Courage has been rallying for about a half mile, and he keeps coming with Michael Davila Jr. at the rail. Beta's in front. Raw Courage is coming to him now. Then Pot of Gold. Red Fortress is absolutely flying down the center of the racetrack as the field turns for home. Beta's still there. Raw Courage begins to sputter a bit. So too Pot of Gold. Red Fortress keeps on coming. Beta has a 5-length lead on Raw Courage, who's his only danger. It's still Beta. Raw Courage trying to reel him in. Beta and Raw Courage. Beta, Raw Courage. Beta holds on. Then it was Raw Courage. Then it was Red Fortress, Raw Courage, and Pot of Gold in 2:07 flat. Folks, please hold all tickets. There'll be a General Steward's inquiry into the start of race 6. General Steward's inquiry into the start of race number 6. Please hold all tickets. 5, Beta was first. 2, Red Fortress second. 11, Raw Courage third. 4, Pot of Gold fourth. 5, 2, 11, 4, unofficial. Steward's inquiry into the start of the race. After a steward's review, there'll be no action taken. Number 3, Gliding of Fleet, stumbled at the start. Still unofficial, 5-2-11-4 here in race 6. The inquiry sign has been taken down. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, Beta. 7-year-old Gelding's a son of Alpha. Out of the action this day mare, 7 Deadly Sins. A New York bred. Beta's owned by Louis P. Ferrari. 2 on the day for Michael S. Ferraro, winning rider Luis Perez. $2 double 2-5, 21.20. $2 at the 5-2, 21.40. 50-cent try, 5-2-11, 25.25. 10-cent super, 5-2-11, 4, 13.90. 50-cent pick 3, 5-2-5, $22.75. Race 4 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the season. No scratches or rider changes in race 7. Post time for race 7 is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7. And, yeah, Beta just too good for that field on the big drop in class. Actually was ended up on the lead. That's how much class he had under Louis Perez and was able to get the victory for trainer Michael S. Ferraro during Michael S. Ferraro time of year. 7th race, a 2-year-old maiden race going a mile 70. Always a fun race. You see a lot of early play on Wingo Star. Well, they paid $55,000 for him earlier this year. See if he can get it done here in the route. Not really that strongly bred for the route. Of course, Honest Mischief, more of a sprinter, but has showed some talent in his few starts. I like the race that Dr. Barry ran in his debut. It's a horse that found himself far back early after a slow start and made up a ton of ground in the late stages to just get up for second. Obviously, just a guy had already been gone. I mean, it wasn't the toughest of fields. I guess that would be the downside for Dr. Barry. It was kind of a slower field. They went 114. But the way that he came home maybe hints that he does want more distance. He's out of a dam by AP Indy, so more likely he will like the extra yardage. Stephen Frett riding well. He won a stakes race here late in the meet. Going to go with this one on top, and he's a good price at odds of 9-2 going long for the first time. Vesuvio and Giant Impact for the Ferraro barn both have route experience now. They both have 2 routes under their belt, and they've switched as far as who finishes ahead of the other. You know, you got to use both of them. Vesuvio running better than his stablemate last time, but his stablemate outfinished him behind Vesuvio, who ran second in a stakes race after cutting back in distance. So both of them can be used here in race number 7. The other horse that I threw in there was the favorite, the 7, Wingo Star. Man, taking a lot of early play is Wingo Star. Looked really good in his debut. Didn't have a great start, overcame it to run second. Brink was already gone at that point. You know, ran behind Cast a Coin. Speaking of Stephen Frett, that's the horse that won the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes, came out of that race to win the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. And then last time ran a good second, but ended up getting DQ'd. So Sources run well in his 3 starts. See how he does on the stretch out. It is, again, it's not the strongest of fields. If he can get the extra distance, he should be awfully tough in here, and should be a major contender in this race. It's always tough with these 2-year-olds going long, especially when not many of them have had the route experience. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the last pick 3 of the season starts with race number 7.
Here's the field for race 7. The 1, Stegosaurus. Carlos Camillo rides. The 2 is Giant Impact. For leading trainer in 2024, Michael Anthony Ferraro, and leading rider in 2024, Kabakoa. The 3 is Waiting for AI with Heeman Harkey. The 4 is Dr. Barry with Stephen Frett. The 5 is Vesuvio with Anthony Rodriguez. The 6 is Maggie's Boy with Luis Perez. The 7 is Wingo Star. Jackie Davis is in the saddle. And the 8 is Lilith's Moon with Emmanuel De Diego. All right. I like Dr. Barry here. Off slow in debut, just kept on grinding away. Wonderful pedigree by Blame out of an AP Indy mare, Mindy Gold, who's produced some nice runners over the years for Barry Schwartz, whose farm de plume is Stonewall. This horse was flying last time. Stephen Frett, one of the highlights of the meet for me. Got to meet Stephen. Stephen's a good rider, good man, and he got his first stakes win of the year last week when Cast a Coin won the Tin Cup Chalice. It was great to see. A guy who works as hard as he does. All the riders here work really hard, but it was great to call his first stakes win. I think he's going to get Dr. Barry out of the maiden ranks this afternoon, first time around 2 turns. Vesuvio has 2 races around 2 turns. That experience could help him here because he's kind of rounding into a good number for Ferraro Jr. and Anthony Rodriguez. He's run behind a couple of runaway winners. We'll see if he can improve. That's way too big of a price. That's a ridiculous price, 6-1. And then finally, the 2 Giant Impact, the other Ferraro Jr. in here. I don't know what happened last time. He had a wide trip. I don't know how much that had to do with it. Sometimes they just throw in a clunker. It was a pretty fast race. He ran well enough around 2 turns, 2 starts back. I don't get the favorite. I don't have much time. I don't get the favorite Wingo Star. These horses that make up ground in the sprints more often than not take all of this money when they stretch out for the first time. But they're really one-run sprinters. Bionis Mischief, who really didn't go far. Broken Vows don't really relish the 2 turns. I think the reason to play the race is because you're fading a favorite at 3-2 in the 7 Wingo Star. 4-5-2. Best of luck. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the meet. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Stegosaurus, the first to load. Here's Giant Impact. Waiting for AI goes forward. Co-favorite Dr. Barry goes in. Here's Vesuvio. Long shot Maggie's Boy goes forward. Here's Wingo Star. The last to load is Lilith's Moon. The lone filly acts up, it goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off a beat slow there was the 3 waiting for AI. There goes Giant Impact for the lead, joined on the inside by Stegosaurus. And a 4 wide Maggie's Boy. Even wider is Lilith's Moon. Then Wingo Star was a lot closer than usual today, just about 6 from the front. Vesuvio's there just ahead of Dr. Barry, and at the back is waiting for AI. Stegosaurus steps out here. Stegosaurus, a 3.5 length lead over Giant Impact through a pretty quick opening quarter of 24 seconds flat. It's a gap of another 3 or 4 back to long shot Maggie's Boy, who's just outside of Vesuvio. Then we come back to Lilith's Moon, who's moving up outside of rivals. Towards the inside is Wingo Star. Dr. Barry has a lot to do, but not as much as waiting for AI, who's 25 from the leader. The leader is Stegosaurus, who's looking to really upset the 7th at a huge price. Stegosaurus has a 5-length lead through a half and 48 and 3. Stegosaurus moving right along here. Giant Impact with dead aim from the back. Maggie's Boy at a big price is ratcheting up the pressure as well. Vesuvio's under a ride. Then Wingo Star and Dr. Barry and Lilith's Moon, and they're off the turn, and they're into the stretch through 3 quarters in 1:14 and 3, and Maggie's Boy just struck the lead and quickly opened up a length. Maggie's Boy is in front. Vesuvio with late pace at the rail. From the back, Dr. Barry trying to chime in late. 16th pole. Maggie's Boy's almost home. Vesuvio trying to get him. Maggie's Boy going to win it at a big price. 16-1 under the line. Then it was Vesuvio. A hard charging Dr. Barry got the shoto in 1:47 and 3. Six, Maggie's Boy was first. 5, Vesuvio second. 4, Dr. Barry third. 7, Wingo Star was fourth. Race 7's official. In the winner's circle for the first time in his career is the number 6, Maggie's Boy. He's a 2-year-old gelded son of Big Brown out of the Gray Raider mare Maggie's Ruby Rose. A New York bred, Maggie's Boy is owned by Glass Tip Stable LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider Luis Perez. $2 double 5-6, 151 even. $2 exact to 6-5, 146.50. 50-cent try, 6-5-4, 140.50. And the dime super, 6-5, 4-7, $108 and 25 pennies. Race 8 comes up next. It's in honor of the memory of longtime Finger Lakes trainer Edward Babcock. Also kicks off the late double. Scratch to 6, Melissa Smile. Race 8, scratch to 6. And in race number 9, the finale, take out the 4, tuck a buck away. Race 9, scratch to 4. Post time for race number 8 is in just over 20 minutes.
Oh, we just got the big long shot of closing day as those 2-year-old race, I think the last 2-year-old race resulted in a long shot for Bill Bartlett and Jackie Davis. Well, today it was John Buckley and Louis Perez teaming up with Maggie's Boy. Looked like the winner all the way around the turn, and that horse really ran a lot better today than last time and was able to pull off the upset win. 16-1 on that horse. I would have wanted actually higher odds off the last race, but did run a lot better. Maybe needed to be a little further back. Was able to do so and gets the victory. Buckley. Buckley having a career year this year. Last 2 years have been really good for John Buckley. Always been a good trainer here at Finger Lakes. And that's the upset of the day. I guess the all button would have been your friend and those 2-year-olds going long. Okay, this 8th race is named in memory of longtime Finger Lakes trainer Eddie Babcock. Eddie passed away recently this past week, and he will be greatly missed. I just saw him a few weeks ago. He had some good horses. The one that I think of the most is I'm a Good Looker. I'm a Good Looker was that speedball that was pretty good in the mud. Had a couple that were actually very good in the mud. Life of a Tiger was one that comes to mind as well. Had 563 wins during his trainer career. He had Just a Win was another one. Pacamama, Legal Tendora. He was known as Long Shot Eddie because would always win at a price. Obviously, our condolence and prayers go to the family of Eddie Babcock. You got Nikki, Kathleen, trainer Rebecca. Obviously, Eddie will be very much missed by our Finger Lakes family. Well, we look at this 8th race. Keep my eye on the boys just won the distance series race back on October 21st. That was the finals and looked good beating those claimers that day. So he stays here at the bottom. The question is going to be Tivoli Gardens. One of the things with Tivoli Gardens, though, is Ferraro's got 2 of them in here, and they both have speed, so not sure what the tactics are going to be with these 2 horses. Obviously, if you're in the horse racing game, the trainers want to win more for their owners. Like I said earlier, in the race where Beta was in, the owner's horse is more likely going to win than the trainer owning the horse. But that's what makes this interesting. Tivoli Gardens got a lot of speed. He's good at the distance, and he looked good beating an inferior field last time. Although Sweet Sugar Baby did come back to win against a weak group the other day. So both of these Ferraro horses are very dangerous. Just thought keep my eye on the boys. I mean, most of the time when this horse has won, he's won by multiple lengths. It's the first time I think I've seen that horse only win by a narrow margin. He either wins or he finishes second, and that's kind of as consistent as Keep My Eye on the Boys has been. He did take that time off after a couple dominant victories earlier in his career when she first came to Finger Lakes. But she's got the edge on these as long as Tivoli Gardens and or Leadership Ability back up to her. Obviously, they're not going to go out there together being from the same barn. But Tivoli Gardens, she's got some back class. She's running against allowance conditions. She dropped to the 11-9. Charged Nurse was another drop down that ended up winning. She ended up coming back to win against 5,000s. They kept dropping her to win. Hey, if they don't claim you, keep dropping. But Tivoli Gardens was able to handle a much weaker group, was 1-9 that day. She's gonna be tough to catch unless they send Leadership Ability to the front. I would think that Tivoli Gardens is a lot quicker, though, and they could control the pace with these 2 horses. But I did lean towards Keep My Eye on the Boys off of the recent form that she has and off that recent victory that she had last time. The other horse that I used for 4th would be the
The field for race 8, where we honor a longtime Finger Lakes trainer, the late Edward Babcock, is on the track. The 1 is Clifton Punch. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. The 2 is Tivoli Gardens with Luis Perez. The 3 is Lindsay. Nazario Alvarado looks for his second on the day, and Lindsay looks to join Runaway Joke as the only 5-time winners here in 2024. The 4 is Leadership Ability with Cabracoa. The 5 is Miss Pab with Joel Cruz. Looking for a riding double. Scratch the 6, Melissa Smile. The 7 is Keep My Eye on the Boys as Andre Worry looks for a 3-bagger. The 8 is Mind the Gold with Kevin Navarro. And the 9 is Sabrine with Michael Davila Jr. I went 7-4-2 here. I think Worry's going to get his third on the day. Got the job done with Keep My Eye on the Boys last time on starter allowance day here with the 3 stakes. She has a fantastic record here at the Lakes. Obviously, the lone bugaboo here is the 0-for-8 on the wet track, but she's run fast enough and competitive enough figures to keep up with these at the nickel level. I'll put her on top. The number 4, Leadership Ability. You know, it's funny, the 2 main speeds in here are the 2 from the Ferraro Senior barn. Leadership Ability coming out of the sprints, though, I just think she's going to be a lot faster. She has 1 start on a wet track. It was last time. She wasn't seeing the lead last time. She'll be in front here, and maybe she gets brave on the front end. And then finally, her bondmate Tivoli Gardens went flag fall that I saw last time, going the 2 turns and the non-winners of a year. She woke up after 3 abysmal efforts. We'll see if she can follow up on that last figure. 7-4-2, late double time. Best of luck if you're playing here in race number 8. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate. And it's post time as we kick off the final double here at 2024. Members of one of the best gate crews in the land. The guys and gals here at Finger Lakes put the security blanket on the number 2 Tivoli Gardens. She goes in the gate first. Luis Perez, looking for a natural double, is going to climb aboard once she settles in. In the meantime, Clifton Punch goes into stall 1 at a big price. Here's Lindsay. Tivoli Gardens acts up a bit before Perez can get aboard. Leadership Ability goes in. Here's Miss Pab. Favorite Keep My Eye on the Boys goes forward. Mind of Gold goes in. Sabrine is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Lindsay for the lead. Between horses, there's Leadership Ability. Tivoli Gardens is under a ride. The 2 outside markers, Mind of Gold and Sabrina there. It's a mad scramble into the first turn. That's won by Leadership Ability. The stretch out runner has the lead by a length. Her barnmate Tivoli Gardens tracks from the inside in second. Then we come back to Mind of Gold and Sabrina races the team third and fourth. Lindsay's fifth. She's already 8 or 9 from the front. Clifton Punch moves up to her inside. The favorite, Keep My Eye on the Boys, is about 12 from the front already. And Miss Pab, where she usually is, at the back of the pack, she's about 18 or 20 from the leader. It's Leadership Ability who's run off with Cabercoa to a 5-length lead through a snappy opening quarter of 24 flat. Tivoli Gardens the favorite, 5 lengths behind now in second. Sabrine moves up outside with Mind of Gold, a long shot, riding the rails in fourth. Then we come back to Keep My Eyes on the Boys. She's moved up a couple of spots. Lindsay's to her outside. From the back, Miss Pab's past arrival. It's Clifton Bunch, 48 flat. Leadership Ability moving right along. She's going to try and steal it on the front end now with Koa. She has a 4-length lead. Sabrine's moved into second. Tivoli Gardens, the favorites, under a ride. From the back, Lindsay and Miss Pab are launching bids through 3/4 and 113 and 3. Off the turn and into the stretch, led by Leadership Ability. Trying to take them flag fall to that's all here. Down the center of the track is Lindsay and Miss Pab with a full head of steam. They come to the 8th hole. Leadership Ability's on her hands and knees. Lindsay at a big price, and here comes Miss Pab at a big price. Lindsay struck the lead. Miss Pab trying to gun it down. Lindsay and Miss Pab. Lindsay and Miss Pab. Lindsay, Miss Pab. Lindsay and Miss Pab. I think Miss Pab got her on the money. I'm not going to call it. I can't call it. It was Miss Pab or Lindsay. Leadership Ability held third in a thrilling race 8, 147 flat. It's a photo finish. Hold all tickets. I can tell you the winning trainer is going to be Louis Gutierrez. I was half right. It's a dead heat. Dead heat for win between the number 3, Lindsay, and the number 5, Miss Pab. The 4, Leadership Ability, was third. 9, Sabrine, fourth. Dead heat for win, 3-5, 4-9 here in race 8. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 3, Lindsay. She's a 3-year-old daughter of McCracken out of the Scat Daddy mare, Linda. Lindsay's owned by Scott Durgan. Trained by Louis Gutierrez. The rider, his second of the day, Nazario Alvarado. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, Miss Pab. 5-year-old mare's the daughter of Exaggerator, out of the Malibu mare, Escape to Malibu. A New York bred, Miss Pab is owned and trained by Louis Gutierrez. Second win on the day for her rider, Joel Cruz. I'm going to do a double picture here. And I'll tell you that I just won a buck from my mom because I told her it'd be a dead heat for win this week. It's official. $2 double 6-3, 320.50. $2 double 6-5, 337.50. $2 exact to 3-5, 221.50. $2 exact to 5-3, 252.50. 50-cent try, 3-5-4, 369 even. 50-cent try, 5-3-4, 387.50. 10-cent super, 3-5-4-9, 355.30. 10-cent super, 5-3-4-9, 363.55. Nobody picked 6 today. Nobody picked 5 today. 4 out of 6 for $1, $132.75. Consolation 3 of 6, $2.35. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll turn your attention to the winner's circle, race 8 was named in honor of the late Eddie Babcock, a longtime trainer here at Finger Lakes. After a stint as a U.S. Marine, Eddie came to Finger Lakes in 1972 to work as a groom for trainer H.D. Montgomery. He also worked for trainer Jack Lambert before venturing out on his own in 1978. Throughout his 46 years as a trainer, Ed's top horses included 20-time winner Just a Whim, who earned almost $200,000 in his career. The mud-loving I'm a Good Looker, also a 20-time winner, and perhaps his favorite horse of all, 14-time winner Home. Ed was gracious, as he would help out anyone that asked. That surely explains why he had so many close friends. Ed also had an incredible knack of winning the last race of the day with gigantic long shots, hence received the moniker Long Shot Eddie. With this race, we celebrate the life and career of our dear friend, Eddie Babcock. Race 9 is up next. The season finale offers win play show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 4, tuck a buck away. Post time for race 9. as we wrap up the 2024 season here in Finger Lakes is just over 17 minutes away.
Okay, we're about to conclude the day and also conclude the season. This is going to be the final race of the 2024 season. What about race number 8? What a rarity. You had 2 horses from the same stable. They're both long shots. Finish in a dead heat for Louis Gutierrez. Lindsay and Miss Pab finish in a dead heat. But that's the 5th win of the season for Lindsay, joining Runaway Joke. But you just never see that with the same trainers both finishing that way. Now remember, it is a mandatory payout for the pick 6 and pick 5. So if it is not hit with 6 of 6, it'll hit with 5 out of 6 and so on. Same thing with a pick 5. But congratulations to Louis Gutierrez. What a finish for him. Dead heat in race number 8. Don't know if I've seen that at Finger Lakes before, where the same trainer ends up in a dead heat for the win. We go to the last race. We're going to scratch the 4, tuck a buck away. Obviously, that race, I don't know if you can follow that race. This one is an allowance race. That was just perfect for the Ed Babcock Memorial to have 2 long shots finish at the wire together. Looking at the last race, so you got the 5, Hey Toby, going to be the favorite. Cuts back in distance after running big in the route. This is a little bit easier field. I thought the main threat would be Limit Up. Limit Up has faced some tough customers this year as well. But you look at the rest of this field, mostly claimers, and even though Hey Toby has never went the distance, he does have 5 sprints, and he's finished first, second, or third. 3 of those 5. He actually broke his maiden going 6 furlongs, so that shouldn't be a problem for Hey Toby. He's been first or second 3 times on off tracks. He's the one to beat in here, cutting back. He's at odds of 8-5. The 8 horse Limit Up is at odds of 7-2. The only other ones getting some play is Can't Beat Me and Sharpaz. The entry, Sharpaz, really no excuse the last couple times, shown some speed and faded. But this is, again, a little bit easier field. Other than once you get past Hey Toby and Limit Up, he might be the other one to consider in the last race. I do want to thank everybody for their patronage and helping us out here at Finger Lakes. We're a small track here in western New York. And Cabercoa is going to be the leading jockey. I'm Anthony Ferraro, the leading trainer. Congratulations to both of them. We're going to give them awards on opening day next year. Of course, we're open for simulcast wagering throughout the winter. Remember, if you're alive for the pick 5 or the pick 6, remember, there are going to be mandatory payouts, so keep an eye on what they pay, especially if we get another price here in the day's finale. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you next season.
All right, just a few minutes to post for the finale. I went 183 here. I'll take the Paul Barrow entry, Can't Beat Me, and Sharpaz. Can't Beat Me will be coming from off the pace, second off the melee off. Sharpaz will be on the front end. Going to have them surrounded, so to speak. I went with Limit Up for second. We'll see how he responds second off his little 3-month respite. He made a middle move and tired late in the game last time. I thought if he moves forward off that race, he's going to be ultra tough. And then finally, a long shot, Mortgage Rate for Ralphie D. He closed some ground last time. He's usually a little closer to the pace, and we'll see if he breaks a little bit more alertly here and can get forward position. 183 for me. That wraps it up. The field's coming out onto the track. Simulcasting Monday through Thursday, 11:30 to 5:30. Friday to Sunday, 11:30 to 6 throughout the winter. No simulcasting tomorrow for Thanksgiving. I hope everybody has an amazing Thanksgiving. Happy holiday season. And don't forget, no matter how long the winter is, spring is sure to follow. And we will see you again here with live racing in late April at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Thank you, everyone, for your continued support in 2024. And here's the field for the season finale. The number 1 is Can't Beat Me with Kevin Navarro. The 1A is Sharpaz with Jeremias Flores. The 2 is Makar with Heman Harkey. The 3 is Mortgage Rate with Emmanuel De Diego. Scratch the 4, tuck a buck away. The 5 is Hey Toby with Cabercoa. The 6 is G Munning. Jackie Davis rides. Here's the 7, Bench Walk with Luis Perez. The 8 is Limit Up with Andre Worry. And the 9 is Double Vision with Joel Cruz. You have about 3 minutes to post for race number 9.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for days of old lang syne. We twa here run about the braes and put the gowans fine, but we've wandered many a weary fet since days of old lang syne, and we twa pedalled in the barn frae morning sun till dine, but seas between us braid hereward since days of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for days of old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pine stoop, and surely I'll be mine, and we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And there's a hand my trusty fear, and gaze a hand o' thine, and we'll take a recht get well walked for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, sign. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my dear, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne.
The field for race number 9, the 2024 finale, is at the gate. And it's post time as McCarr goes in first. Here's Mortgage Rate at a big price, like McCarr. Part of the entry, Can't Beat Me, goes forward. Here's your favorite, Hey Toby. G Munning goes in. Bench walks next. The last two to load as the sun sets on the 2024 season. And Farmington are Limit Up. Sharp Has, last three to load. And Double Vision. Double Vision's in. Here's Sharp Has. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, there goes Double Vision, and on the far outside, Sharp Has going to mix it up with Double Vision early. They're lined up behind the battling duo. From the rail out, McCarr, Mortgage Rate, G Munning, and there is Limit Up. The favorite moves up as well. Second choice, Limit Up, moves up as well. Then we come back to the favorite, Hey Toby, who just passed Can't Beat Me. The back marker is bench walk, 22-1, the fastest opening quarter of the day. Sharp Has, Jeremiah Flores got 2 on full of horse, and he's got a length and a half on Limit Up, who moved into second. McCarr at a big price comes up the rail in third. From the back, Hey Toby and G Munning trying to chime in, splitting rivals. Mortgage Rate off the turn and into the stretch for the final time in 2024, and Limit Up just struck the lead. McCarr looking to really bust up the tote board. Sharp Has battles on, but Limit Up begins to edge away here with a 16th of a mile to go. Limit Up and Andre Warrior well on their way to a closing day victory. It was all Limit Up. He won it by 4. Then it was McCarr. Sharp Has. G Munning rounds out the final super of the season in a sharp 105-1. Number 8, Limit Up was first. 2, McCarr second. 1A, Sharp Has third. 6, G Munning fourth. 8-2-1-6 in the finale. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 8, Limit Up. 5-year-old gelding's a son of Union Jackson. Out of the Bustin' Stones mare, Bustin' at the Seams. A New York bred, Limit Up's owned by Hibiscus Stables and Jeffrey Englehart, trained by Chris Englehart. A closing day riding triple for Andre Wari, and it's official. $2 double 3-8, 130 even. $2 double 5-8, 42.60. $2 exacta 8-2, 191 even. 50-cent try 8-2-1, 163 even. 10-cent super 8-2-1-6, $164.60. 50-cent pick 3, 6-3-8, $1,437. 50-cent pick 3, 6-5-8, $378 and a quarter. The pick 4, 4 of 4, $1,425.75. And the pick 5 $6,267 even. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps the live racing portion of the day, week, and season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We are open each and every day for simulcasting, except tomorrow, taking Thanksgiving off. New simulcast hour starting Sunday, Monday through Thursday, 11:30 to 5:30. Friday through Sunday, 11:30 to 6 p.m. The casino is open till 4 a.m. each and every day. Thank you to the horsemen and women, the gate crew, the jockeys, the owners, all of our fantastic equine warriors, and to you, the fans, for a fantastic 2024 season. Racing resumes in April when everything begins to bloom again. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A Anthony Stabile, thanking you for joining us today and throughout the 2024 season. We'll see you in the spring. Happy Thanksgiving. And until the spring, please arrive home, or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.